Aztec Safety is #1 for online safety training.
Aztec Safety is the proud sponsor of the Aztec Safety Challenge, the #1 event on the World Curling Tour.
And Aztec Safety has been a proud sponsor of Team Jacobs on our quest to represent Canada at the Olympic Games.
Welcome to the RockShop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the RockShop has it all. Shop online anytime at the RockShop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. The RockShop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
Hello and welcome to the Grand Slam of Curling Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2 event here in Martensville, Saskatchewan, live here on Curling Zone and Curling Stadium. We have Team Serena Gray Withers versus Team Kaitlyn Laws here on the board sheet. As you can see, first stones of the game coming here. Team Kaitlyn Laws and Kristen Gordon throwing lead stones as they throw first. Team Gray Withers with last rock after winning their draw to the button competition to start the game. Marty Thompson and Matt Hames with the call here with you this evening. And Matt, these are two really competitive teams. Obviously, they've made it to the Tier 2. Of course, that's a given. But is there anything in particular we can watch out of this matchup? And so far they're playing. Anything we can look out for as an audience?
Yeah, no. Hey, thanks for having me, and everyone. This is going to be an awesome game. The one thing I can say is that I actually went to the Olympic trials. I was in the Olympic trial. I was there watching at the Olympic trials, and the Kaitlyn Laws team was playing great, and they were close in that event, and they're a really, really good team. They make a lot of shots. They got a lot of experience and they make a lot of shots. So, I mean, I guess just watch when you step out on the ice against somebody like Kaitlyn Laws. The big thing that you have to do is just not be overwhelmed by the occasion, right? Like we're playing Kaitlyn Laws. They're really good. She's really good. This team is really good. Just don't be overwhelmed by the occasion and just play it shot by shot.
4-3 at the Montana's curling trials. Team Kaitlyn Laws was just a couple misses. I think they're on a couple of her last stones, really set them back, narrowly missing the playoffs there.
Yeah.
There's Kaitlyn Laws there sweeping to make that hit and roll underneath cover. Meantime, Team Serena Gray Withers are certainly young, up-and-coming team out of Alberta. They won the U25 Grand Slam of Curling Tour Challenge there.
Yeah, this is a big moment for a young team, right? They're playing in a Tier 2 event here. It's still a big moment. It's early in your career. It's always fun to play in these big games early in your career. So the big thing is it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking at moments. They just got to make shots. Settle down, keep yourself calm and just keep playing shots.
So in through lead stones, and we have Jocelyn Peterman. Speaking of the Olympics, she will be one of our two mixed doubles athletes here in Canada, alongside her husband, Brett Gallant. A little bit of a double specialty shot here, a nice downweight hit, trying to get underneath. Bit of movement needed at the end here.
Yeah, it's probably going to roll out a little bit. Gives them a chance to play a little hit and roll inside.
Moving down the order here, Lindsay Burgess.
Key is to keep your weight down. Throw the weight, like what you always want to do. You've been in the hack. What you always want to do is when your heart's pumping, is throw it a little harder. So you just have to guard against that. Just guard against throwing it harder early in these ends. Settle in.
Really well-managed rock here from the sweepers to get that underneath.
Really good shot right there. Gonna probably see a run back here.
Another double specialty shot running the running the center guard straight back here. Jocelyn Peterman, the 31-year-old Red Deer native. An out turn. Key to see how this grabs along the center line. It didn't look like it was.
It looked like she popped it a bit. Needs. Yeah, she's fine.
Rolls open. And now a little bit
Rolled
more.
it over to the
here
scraper
coming.
there. You can see the scraper on the left-hand side there sitting. You don't often see that. They parked the scraper right on the ice.
Burgess throwing her second of 2. This team is 1-1. Opened the event with an 8-5 win in the very, very first draw. Lost to Team Kayla Skrillik 8-4 in 7 ends. That was certainly a matchup to watch for, as these two teams will be, you'd have to think, near the end of the Alberta Scotties here coming up in just a few weeks' time. Grey Weather's certainly on the younger side, but a team to watch for in that province.
There was a time in curling where you would never play these inside-out shots, these inside-out hit and rolls. Like, you'd always play outside in because you can control it. It curls less. And the idea is that you have to put the broom off the rock, which is hard to throw. But these athletes are so good now that they don't mind throwing hits off the rock, and they can just make these shots a lot better.
Case in point, some real precision here. Can they get it underneath the center guard? They certainly can. Lovely.
Yeah, it's just
curling there.
so the broom is off the rock on a hit like that. Visually, it's hard to do when you're sitting in the hack thinking I'm going to play a hit and throw the rock off the broom, or off the rock. I mean, that's hard to do visually, but they can just do it. They so much trust in their ability now. It's awesome to watch.
Catherine Clifford throwing third stones and playing the vice role for Grey Withers. Burgess right on this. Oh, easing off a hair now.
Yeah, just kind of playing the freeze onto it and maybe tap it back a hair and sit right there. Pretty good shot. Not a lot of options. Kind of got a corner freeze on the inside of it, probably. Yeah, right there. Yeah, if you come around there, you're just kind of, unless you're higher. Problem with the intern is that if you come right down to it, you leave a double. And if you come a little bit higher, you leave the run back and you throw a guard for it. So you don't like that shot. So the only real shot is to corner freeze on the inside of this.
Put it in the right spot, you really protect that shot stone, right? If you get right to the center line underneath, right corner.
Yeah.
Red.
You're still going to kind of leave this, the out-turn run in. But it's a really good shot that Grey Withers team played there. Puts a lot of pressure. This is a pretty precise shot right here.
Selena Negevin throwing third stones and calling the game now for Team Laws in this new sort of arrangement this season.
You can tell she just skipped because she's got the hat on.
A little bump back. They just chisel off that yellow. Oh, they come right frozen.
Actually, a pretty good result. I think the only shot now is the intern freeze onto it. I don't think you can do anything with the yellows there. So pretty good result, actually. Like it's not awful. It doesn't look great right now, but it's not awful unless they make this.
Team Grey Withers, Catherine Clifford throwing her second of 2 here. Trying to get right to that yellow stone, right in the top 4.
Right on the nose. Or just anywhere on it frozen, and yeah, it's going to be a little bit of danger bay for the Laws team right now.
Zoe Cinnamon on the inside of this one, just trying to keep this going.
It's pretty good. Don't want to chip off the yellow. Oh, it over curled a bit, but it's not bad.
I guess the tricky part is that yellow is still hard to get to, right? They could,
Yeah,
you can't really get through it unless you sort of pick it out, right?
right. It's pickable, so I think they almost have to guard it. Like they almost have to throw the guard. But and the yellow, red, yellow go is pretty for fun too.
So you throw the guard and you force now, as we're coming up to skip stones here with Grey Withers, forcing her to really take an extra shot to try to see if she can get an open lane at that yellow, right? To eventually get rid of it.
I think the yellow, red, yellow goes on this outturn side.
Oh, interesting.
So like if they have to throw a guard here because the pick is the pick is the shot that you really don't want them to make. So they want this kind of top 12, but I think this yellow, red, yellow goes.
Kaitlyn Laws throwing 4th stones and sweeping for the team with her namesake.
I think they want this pretty tight.
Jocelyn Peterman on the inside there.
Don't want to hook it. Really don't want it. Oh, that's not awesome. Really didn't want it to go around. You want it to be able to use that if you could. Still might actually be able to get the back one with like a board weight or a hack weight. Curls like a ton. Might be able to make this though. I guess we'll find out here, won't we?
That is the call the skipper is calling. We're getting lots of curl here in Martensville. So you're right, Matt, like just being able to curl in there and come to the yellow. Would they ever consider trying to almost kind of corner freeze on that yellow stone, that shot stone, and then
they could do that.
At least you have a shot on either side, right?
Yeah. It looks like what they're playing here is like a backline weight just to move it out of the forefoot to the back 8 with this ice. Like, I don't think they're throwing this really hard. So they're trying to do a tap to move it even open, right? Like to the back of those ends, like the ends in Flynn, like bite the back of the end. And it's a pretty good result.
Those watching this young team know just how aggressive they play, how well thought out their ends are, and this is a really good idea here from Serena Grey Withers. Execution required. Zoe Cinnamon hops in to try to get this one curling just a little bit more, and now they're keeping it straight. Can you get a decent amount?
Distance. Might not have thrown it hard enough.
So where does that leave you now for Kaitlyn Laws? Lots of tricky little red stones in the front of the house. It's still thinking like we got to guard this, and I don't know how you get in for 2. I think you've got a pretty confident force here. Lots of granite into the key so far in the first end.
So I really like throwing this in-turn guard and not trying to throw the out-turn guard at this. Like the out-turn would be edge of the 12. And whereas the in-turn guard here is just such an easier management. And I see like club curlers do this way too much. Try to throw the out-turn guard here where this in-turn guard is just, it's such a less precise shot. It's such an easier guard to make.
Final stone here for Team Laws. They are without the hammer in the first end after losing the draw to the button to start. Really good action here from Kristen Gordon to get this rock over. How far will it go? Quite a bit.
Sure. I'm not sure what you play here, although maybe actually you run that rock that she just threw in onto those yellows, onto that top yellow. I think you might be able to make that for 2. So the rock she just threw onto the top yellow.
Skipper sees it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's your shot. And I don't even think it matters what kind of weight you throw here. Because
Also, it doesn't appear that you could really hurt yourself, right? You're really not in a position to give up more than one. So
because the rock is coming, it's going to be coming to the right when it hits that top yellow. It's going to drag that back red onto the yellow. So it's not even going to hit your other yellow. Like, it's definitely just, so you can throw this with whatever weight you want to make this. And it looks like, based on the ice, they're throwing peel here.
Serena Gray Withers, the skipper, a chance for multiple points here, but facing a sticky little yellow in the forefoot. It looks close based off the sweepers here. Do they have it? Ooh, just missed off that yellow guard. So it is a steal of one here for Team Kaitlyn Laws. They take the advantage going into the second end. Gray Withers retains the hammer. We'll be right back after these messages.
Brett, come on, man. I know Aztec's #1 for online safety training, but we really should be out here practicing.
I know, guys. I'll be right there. Just let me finish this course on gas detection. Wait. Do you smell that?
The 2025-2026 Grand Slam of Curling schedule is out, with big events happening all over Canada, like the Masters heading to London in September, the Tour Challenge from Nisku this October, the Canadian Open from Saskatchewan in December, and the Players' Championship from Steinbeck coming in January. Early bird weekend and full event passes on sale now at gsoctickets.com. Let's rock!
And we're back here in Martensville for the Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2. This matchup, round robin draw number 12, Gray Withers versus Team Laws. Marty Thompson at Matt Hames with you on the call. And Matt, just didn't quite get the right half of that rock, really, and not the right angle needed to get their multiple points at the end.
Yeah, they had a chance. They decided to throw it really, really super hard and put the broom where they wanted to, and it looked like she maybe just popped her out turn a tiny bit, but good end, very aggressive, like you said, and I think we're gonna have a lot of rocks in play every end, which is gonna be a lot of fun.
From calling a game between these two teams way back in the middle of September, I think it was, my notes here was like September 15th or something.
Oh, yeah.
There was, and believe it or not, it was not curling weather where I was, but it certainly was for them. There was a lot of aggressive play. Team Gray Withers certainly loves to play with a little bit of fire. And, at least based off of how Kaitlyn Laws has played in the past, certainly an aggressive play caller. And Selena Negevin, it seems like, is kind of following on that tradition as well a little bit.
Yeah, no, I remember calling those games in September as well. I was wearing my shorts, and now I've got like a sweatshirt on and a space heater underneath me. It's winter now. It's a winter sport, though. It's fun to call games in September when it feels all summery outside, and now we're in winter, and there's a ton of snow where they are right now. So yeah, this is curling. It's fun.
Yeah, Team Gray Withers, their season started way back in August. Of course, they curl in Edmonton, access to the Saville Center, but they started with that U25 event, Curling Canada. They won it, but that was an event that, if I'm not mistaken, ran just before Labor Day, if not just after. So they have certainly been at the top of the game for a long time so far this season. So obviously hoping for that to peak as the provincials roll around. So Selena Negevin electing to come around here with Jocelyn Peterman's first, and lots of rocks in play in again here in the second, Matt.
Yeah, it's kind of awesome with this whole just, the game is so much better with guards all the time and everybody just being aggressive. I think a lot of people are learning from watching the Maua team, who just comes at you at all times. And I think this is the best way to play this game, is to just play aggressive. Don't play to win, don't play to not lose.
And certainly, the strategic rationale to that is, especially if you have a team that's not playing well, or you think you can get at your opponents, why not make your opponents throw a little bit more difficult shots, right? And by having more rocks in play forces them to, makes their lives a little bit more difficult, right, than playing an open game.
Yeah, somebody once said to me that the secret to curling is to take pressure off yourself and put pressure on the other team. And if you just play peels all the time, then you're not putting pressure on the other team. Like, if you're playing aggressive, then you're putting some pressure on the other team.
So team Kaitlyn Laws, Jocelyn Peterman throwing second stones. Looking to come back in towards the middle here. Little bundle in the forefoot. And Kaitlyn Laws switching to that sweeping position in the off season, just to really just match the personnel of the team. Laws, lots of experience sweeping for years.
Yeah.
Throws her out in between the hog lines, and the ability to drag rocks, certainly quite useful at this level, of course.
Pretty good spot. It's a little high. It's perfect line. It's just a little high. So they're going to just try to jiggle these rocks a bit, just change the angles. Angles aren't working for them right now, but if they can just make contact on the nose and push that red rock to the back 8 foot, really change the angles here and be in a pretty positive. It seems to have a lot of weight. They're trying to push it right now to curl. I think it's heavy.
Semin with the bunny hop, really got it moving now.
Yeah, they're still, I think it's a little stronger than they were hoping, but they got onto the nose, so they pushed it back. That's basically what I said. That's a pretty good shot.
With these two Yellowstones, yeah, you protect on this side, right? And
yeah,
and that shape is certainly ugly for the team throwing redstones to manage.
It's ugly right now, but the problem is that there's no really good place to put this guard that doesn't leave a chance to double peel the guards. So there's the double peel of these guards is going to be in play because of where you can't put it really high or really tight and take away the double peel. So, they're going to walk up and double peel this. So almost want this either as high, just over the hog line, or just tight.
Trying to take a bit of a wider path there. You see Gordon's pretty keen just to make sure they keep it out.
It's going to go pretty double peelable right there.
That's a good descriptor, no doubt. Pretty literal.
Yeah.
But it works. So the double peel is the call here. Get rid of this yellow granite in the front. If they make this, it's suddenly you start running out of places to hide.
It becomes a little bit, if they make this double peel, it becomes a little scary. You almost maybe have to hit the back one. Don't think. Oh,
straight.
Yeah, got it. All right. Well, look at all those rocks over there. All right. So I think you have to hit the back one. Like, I don't think you can make a guard.
Looks like that's the decision here.
Yeah. So now you're playing for a force, right? You're no longer thinking like we have a chance at sealing this end. You're just let's try to force. And it's not fun right now hitting a rock back 8 foot when you're sitting 2 behind a guard. And a lot of people are wondering, like, why don't they just throw a guard? The problem is that there aren't too many good places to put the guard.
They just stick this just off nose. The good news, though, you're saying you're trying to set up for the force. There's really, you can maybe get the double here, but there's likely still some yellow granite sticking around the house after the shot.
Yep, absolutely. You can't get rid of all of them. You can maybe get really cute and try to. You could try to get really cute here and try to nut it and roll behind the corner guards and leave the 2 rocks sitting there. But I think that this is also the shot. Just get everything moving over to the left behind that rock that they just hit.
Looks like I saw a board weight call there. It looked like maybe just Gray Withers indicated, so something, not a lot of weight.
Heavier than board. They're trying to make it curl again.
They got a decent
it's gonna be okay.
Oh, what a nice double that is. They
Pretty
just get out. It looks like it might spill back in ever so slightly, but most importantly, 2 red stones in the front of the house.
Yeah, it's pretty good shot. You can watch here. On it a bit early and then trying to carve it. And they might have overcarved it a bit. They might have been a bit better hitting it a bit higher. And rolling that shooter just a little bit more. Good sweeping. Good heads up sweeping to get over there and sweep that rock.
Kaitlyn Laws
trying to nose this. I don't think they want to roll. Maybe roll under.
The first indication was the nose. Oh,
could roll a bit to the left.
Kaitlyn Laws takes a chance to reset there, recalibrate herself. Nose is the call. Certainly some tolerance if they come underneath the corners or even just head towards the red.
Trying to make it curl.
Big curl to get to nose, and they will just. So Team Gray Withers with the chance to attack. Do they try to go for this and get underneath?
I think, yeah. I think if you can get the other shot is to try to hit the back one and roll behind that yellow. It's a little riskier because you got to kind of hit what you can see. You got to play a bit down weight. It looks like they're trying with this. It looks like they're trying to nose it. The other thing is if they nose it, then Kaitlyn's got to make the double. If you roll a tiny bit underneath the guard, if they nose it back, you'll still be second shot. So they can't nose it back. Can't nose this, that's all. If you nose hit this, you leave a pretty natural half rock double.
First of 2 here from the Alberta skipper.
Trying to make it curl. Yeah, all right, well.
Not much of a roll there at all.
Half rock double is an option. It's a thin half. So you could hit and roll. The risk of it is you could roll over the top. You could roll over the top of this a bit. Could throw a draw. Looks like they're playing this little bit of risk here. Taking the brim off the rock and nose hit this and you leave a nose hit double back for 2. You got lots to roll to here. You've got all the 8 foot to roll to, so you could roll all the way over to the to that big circle, that big oval. You could bite the oval on the left hand side and you'll be shot. We got lots of space here to roll. You don't want to nose it.
Final stone for Kaitlyn Laws in the second end. They stole one in the first. Looking for the force here in the second.
Good release. They like it, it looks like. Oh, is it going to overroll? Is it going to overroll? Yeah.
So they just go out from the tolerance, and it's an easy nose hit for 2 here. It was interesting. The sweepers seemed to like it, Matt, but
Yeah, they
obviously it
did.
came up with the wrong outcome.
Nobody seemed to be panicking. I think maybe what they maybe didn't communicate the weight. Maybe they weren't sure of how hard that was on contact. So we can't hear what they're saying. Maybe they were asking for a certain weight and she maybe just overthrew it a bit and they weren't communicating exactly where it was, because you're right, there was no panic on that. Just like they were clean most of the way, and then on contact they're like, whoops.
So
a lot of curling too.
Final stone here in the second end. Gray Withers settles in. Ooh, didn't like the release right away. The little pop got a little wide.
They got to make that curl. She's probably a little heavier than. Might have overthrown that a bit. That's unfortunate.
So there will be the force, just one for Team Serena Gray Withers. It's now 1-1 going into the third end. We'll be right back from Martensville.
Welcome to the rockshop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
Developed over a decade in collaboration with the finest ice makers this side of the Atlantic, the Pebblehead PB5 is nothing short of a triumph of sophistication and craftsmanship. Weighing less than half its lumbering copper predecessors, yet boasting tenfold their durability, the PB5 delivers perfect, consistent ice, time after time. The PB5 by Pebbleheads.com, the apex of ice-making ingenuity for the roaring game of curling.
Yeah. Hello and welcome back. The Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2 here in Saskatchewan. Tier 1's down the road in Saskatoon. We are in Martensville, Saskatchewan tonight for this one. Round robin draw 2, Marty Thompson and Matt Hames with you on the call. And Matt, just overthrew that one a little bit. I know you're just saying off video that's or off call that, you know, you could just throw a little bit less weight too. You don't necessarily need to cook it, but yeah, just obviously that extra weight didn't quite get to nose, and unfortunately the shooter rolls out.
I think we saw that with both shots, right? I think Kaitlyn threw hers just a little bit heavier, and I'm not sure that they fully communicated to the team how heavy it was. And then just again, the last shot, just the heart is pumping sometimes, and if you can figure out how to throw less than you think you need to throw when you're in a big game like this, it's going to serve her well to learn those moments of kicking out way harder than you need to, and trusting your ability and trusting your sweeper's ability to just throw it a bit softer and let your sweepers have more control.
Kristen Gordon settles in here, a 9-time Scotties participant, in her 13th season playing to the woman she's throwing to right now, in Selena Negevin. That's quite a run in modern curling, no question.
Yeah, right.
Peterman trying to carve this one over to get a decent chunk of this red stone.
Oh, no. I don't think it was a decent chunk.
trying to
an indecent chunk.
So there are certainly some considerations in this game with these two teams as the Scotties are concerned, as they loom in Mississauga here in really just a few weeks. It's really going to creep up on us after Christmas. So with Team Homan earning the Olympic berth, Team Anerson now becomes Team Canada. I'll try to make this as simple as possible. I decided to preface that to start for some reason. So that means there's now an extra CTRS position available. That position, that team spot, will be decided after the provincial and territorial playdowns. And it'll go to the team that's obviously the highest ranked. After Carrie Anerson and, of course, Rachel Homan, it's Christina Black at 20th. They've already qualified. And then it's Serena Gray Withers and Kaitlyn Laws. They're separated just by about 4 points in the rankings. So essentially, barring these teams failing to qualify through their provincial qualifiers in Alberta and Manitoba, respectively, they will earn a spot to the Scotties. After that, of course, you've got a real dirge of British Columbian teams. If you think of Kayla McMillan, Taylor Reese Hansen, Corinne Brown, they're all in the running in that province. Kate Cameron, another team that's out there. So again, these are really two teams that have performed quite well this season and historically have. They have the points, which will certainly help, but again, barring it, if they fail to pass that provincial test, these teams, as they look to collect a few more points and ensure they solidify that position.
This is super exciting. We'll see what happens, but when you look at this end right here with that rock going back 8, that's actually, it's hard to decide if you're Kaitlyn Laws with Hammer here, whether to be offensive here or sort of like defensive. And because of the sort of the blank end rule, you kind of have to go offensive here, right? Like, so they talked about freezing to the back one, but freezing to the back one is like forced city. You freeze, they freeze, you freeze, and all of a sudden you're just forced. So they try to go top, like ignore these back rocks and try to go top 4 offensively, but guard's high enough that can be chased pretty easily. So they don't have, almost the situation is like, although they're really trying to make this curl. So maybe everything I just said is mute now.
And they will flash both the yellow and the red.
So there you go. I did have a point that the shot was really to kind of go top 12 and put another guard and get your offense that way. But I mean, even going there, like you can still make this, you got half a rock on this yellow rock.
So Team Laws electing to come around and certainly an aggressive call through the second thrower, right? Just like trying to get another one in there already. Is that kind of your rationale in that?
Yeah, I think like a good shot and another interesting shot here to try to really get some offense and push them would be this out turn, come around to the top 12 foot instead of the in turn, and really force them to decide whether or not they wanted to chase or to play this in turn themselves. This isn't a bad shot either. Like this spot, take that rock and move it over exactly to the other side, and it forces an in turn draw. As it is, like with it coming up a little bit short, they can try to pick it, like they can try the hack weight pick it, but they watched that last shot and they thought, okay, maybe what we should do is just corner freeze onto this. So they're in force. They're in try to force here. The good news is we're not going to have a blank. Blank's going to be an option
for the third end running. Looking to book it.
I mean, we have 8 rocks to come, and there aren't going to be too many more hits. Like nobody's peeling a guard here, so this is going to be a lot of fun.
Catherine Clifford looking to just come right to this yellow stone, looking for distance and maybe a bit of curl at the end. There will be some separation on the yellows, but plaudits go around for
pretty
quite
good
the sweep to drag that in.
Don't know if you can get it inside. Might give it a try. Just tap it I think what she's saying is just tap it back to the back four and get inside. You don't have to lose it. You just have to tap in the back of her foot is hack. There you go, back line. She also indicated if you tick the guard, it would be, we wouldn't hate it. You wouldn't hate ticking the guard here and moving it over. Really what you want to do is curl here. You don't want to nose this. You want to get inside.
Out turn coming really here aggressive from Selena Negevin.
Trying to make a curl, which is bad. I don't want to think it's heavy. This is not good.
It was sadly not to tolerance to be a little bit wide and just be a little bit heavier, right? Because now you
wide and heavy was the worst.
So Selena Gray Withers electing to come right into the top 4 foot. You put it in the right spot, it is awfully hard to remove. And hard to not also, if they did manage to remove it by, you know, running a red or something into a mat, it'll be exposed on either side. And again, these two centers really aren't their friends right now.
No, they're definitely not. If she makes this, you might, unless there's a double off the red. Depends on where this goes. So we went for line, which is good. Now they're shooting for distance, which is also good. Got to get it by. Oh, it just rubbed. Pretty good spot. That's a pretty good spot.
Lovely little kiss off that yellow stone.
I said there wasn't going to be any peels or hits, and you know, you get a couple of misses, and all of a sudden, this is the only shot they have. There's no other shot than to run this back. Big shot here. There's last. Got to make a couple of rocks go away. Got to make a run double.
Big weight coming right down the gut. Red into the yellow.
Pretty good. Good result.
That yellow guard.
Still trying to decide how good I think this is. I think it's fine. Red is still sitting 2. Could, play this wide out turn to the spot. It's probably the shot. You'd kind of, because the guard is so high, you kind of probably, I think you can get to the curl so much here at the end. Don't be tight. Yeah, that's where you want to go. I agree. Don't crush the guard here. Watch this replay.
This one. Nice little out turn shot there.
Pretty good.
Granite to move.
Would have been nice to get the shooter just over a tiny bit more, but that's just nitpicky. If you can get this edge of the button, like dead buried behind, they're gonna have to follow you down. I don't think they can chase it with the in-turn because I don't think you can throw it hard enough to get it to curl and not over curl. And you got nothing on those top rocks if you're Kaitlyn Lott. So big offensive shot here. Wasn't sure if she took enough ice. But it looks like that's pretty good. Sweepers seem to like it. Got by the guard by a lot.
Put this in the right spot and the pressure is on.
That's pretty good.
Just behind the tee line. Is the pressure on? I guess so. They can make something pretty precise to push it back. Are they looking to really just lodge another one in there and just try to potentially get 2 out of this? I don't know. If they put it in the right spot, maybe the chance is still there.
I mean, what they could do right now is they could nose that top yellow, right? Like nose the top yellow. Your shooter stays right there. The yellow one goes over. If it goes over to be just a little bit open, You've got two ways into shot rock. You could also chase this. Like my shot is super complicated, but it's also like a nose hit. And they might look at it. If you just nose it, yeah, that. What she just said. Like, just nose it. The shooter goes over. It gives you 2 shots into shot rock. And the yellow rock will be second shot. The one that you raise up will be second shot. So nose it. Yeah. Exactly what she just said. That's the shot. Right? And then you have 2 ways in. You could still play the outturn draw, but the outturn draw is going to be really tough to get to. Like if you play the outturn draw and you tap it back like 3 inches, how do you get 2? This is the question. So this shot gives you a better chance at actually scoring 2. You could roll the shooter over. So what they're saying is you could roll the shooter over and leave that yellow rock right there, or you could nose it and roll the back rock over. Either one is perfectly fine. The question is, like, it looks like what they're playing is nosing it. I like this shot a lot.
It's really well thought out. You know, you've raised a good point there and just trying to generate offense, right? And you know, it takes a little bit outside the box thinking, but just trying to push these Yellowstones around and give you something at the end to try to get a couple points is certainly Kaitlyn Lawes' MO.
Yep.
First to 2 here, their first opportunity with the last rock advantage in this game.
She's pretty quiet here. So now I'm starting to think that they're trying to roll the shooter. Based on this weight, they really want the shooter to roll. Yeah. So that's the downside. I think you needed to play that with a little bit more weight. They actually tried to roll the shooter over and not the... I think if you just nosed it with normal, you just took a bunch of risk out. Now you just put like a... Her only way out of 2 is coming off this outside yellow.
And you can see just how steep that is.
So I'm just going to ask, like right now, what is she guarding? She's good. She's guarding the draw to the button for 1.
Likely. So it looks like they're just going to take it a little bit wide. And just
why not take on this hit and roll on this outside one? Because the only way that Kaitlyn Lawes scores is off this outside. Well, draw the button and it's a force. And you would give that all day, right? Draw the button for a force. That's a positive outcome. That's not a negative outcome. A negative outcome is they get a 2 by coming off this outside yellow. So they're going to have a conversation about this. So think about this, right? If you don't throw right now, her only ways to score is in-turn draw to the pin, hard shot, or come off this outside yellow and come in for 2. This shot, right? That's a hard shot. So you would be okay making somebody draw the pin for a force, but you wouldn't be okay with giving up 2. So why not play the hit and roll off that yellow rock into the top 4, which is what they're indicating, because her only shot for 2 is off that outside yellow rock.
We might have seen back-to-back sort of second thoughts here that are unfortunately following your thinking, Matt. So congratulations on that. But they're certainly re-reviewing it. Which keep in mind they are on time clocks here. It looks
exactly. This is a big shot in the end, right?
Timeout has been called. Yeah.
So if you make this hit and roll off this yellow rock, which is not, it's not a hard shot, but if you nose it, you make the in-turn double even harder. You could also throw the out-turn draw. That's what they're saying. You could also throw the out-turn draw on top of your own. I don't like that as much. But yes, you could do that too. You could nose that yellow one and angle is so much steeper that it's even harder. Well, I don't like this weight. I don't like this idea. Looks like they're peeling it out. I say get aggressive and play this hit and roll.
But is there, I guess the idea is that it's possible that if you play the hit and roll and you hit a thin part of it, you actually end up kicking that red.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, that could be bad. But I'm just saying, like, I think you play it with normal. And like, I don't think you play really super quiet. Although, you know, I think like Bruce Mowat plays this with board and hits half a rock and rolls right to the top button. Like, and that's what we're up against in curling these days. So, you know, the top teams aren't playing peel at this.
Serena Gray Withers attacking this yellow stone here with her last. Looking to keep this out. To get a little bit off the outside.
They're just peeling it out. All right, so they're forcing the intern draw. I don't, again, I want to be clear. I don't hate that shot. I think there's a chance to be a little bit more aggressive. Throw board weight, hit half a rock, roll to the top button. And what's the downside? Like, the only downside is you don't roll enough. But if you flash it, you still leave a pretty tough shot. So I think there was a chance there to get real aggressive and to play to win and not to take away her shot. Like, you know, Kaitlyn's good enough that she can put this on the pin for her one. You got to put a little bit more pressure on her.
Final stone here in the third end. Kaitlyn Laws, her first time with the hammer advantage in this game. Sadly, it is a force. She's looking to come right to the button, right to the lid to get her single. Retake the lead in this game. Looks like it's a little bit wider path. Yeah, a wider path, and they need a bit of distance on it.
You got to go for everything. I don't think so.
P had been trying to force the distance off this one, and it comes up light. So the steal of one, our second steal of the game so far, makes the score 2-1. Serena Gray Withers with the lead. Kaitlyn Laws retains the hammer. We will be right back after this.
Hey, Mark, you ready for this game tonight?
Yeah, I'm excited, man. Cupsy, what are you doing over there?
Don't worry, boys. Was just on AztecSafety.com, took a fire extinguisher safety course. Paul, I'm putting out the fires from now on. Woo!
Who knew after 20 years in real estate I'd have to make silly videos for Instagram and come out behind a tree?
Stu, we need to do this stuff.
Why can't I just door knock into open houses like I did in the old days?
That doesn't work anymore.
Okay, so it's because I'm sitting here behind a tree. Come use us for real estate.
Welcome to the RockShop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
The last time that I played.
Hello and welcome back. 2-1, Serena Gray Withers with the lead. Team Kaitlyn Laws with last rock. Kristen Gordon throws lead stones for this team out of Manitoba. And a 1-1 record so far.
We had lots of rocks in play. That was a lot of fun. There was a lot of different permutations, a lot of the skips or people going down to play a shot, then walking back up and playing another shot. That took a long time. They're going to have to start to really watch their time in this game, I think.
Yeah, of course, these are timed events here. Obviously, if it is tier 2, it still has the time clocks. You can see them behind there. You can see exactly how much, which is helpful for us as well.
Yeah, 17 minutes and 16:50. So they're pretty good. They'll be faster.
And I can say, as one of the people calling these games remotely from an Eastern time zone, thank you. And I know I'm not the only person involved in this production, both a commentator, I'm assuming, and also behind the scenes that also say thank you for the time clocks. Just means I get to go to bed at a nicer time. That's all I'm saying.
It's all about us. It's really all
Yeah,
about
exactly. Look, I'm all for the discussion in curling. I think that's one of the things that makes it so compelling to watch on TV. But I like the pace.
Look at this wide intern around this outside guard. This is interesting right here. She can't make the out turn because the guard hooked it a bit. So let's play the wide intern. Make sure you get out there and give it a bit of a pop when you let it go.
Really got to get underneath this.
Yeah, she popped it.
Pseudo corner.
She popped it pretty good there. End sheet too. So end sheets tend to go to the wall. Let's see if it
Laws
goes
ran
away
out
from
of
it.
real estate there. That's funny.
Let's see if it goes away from the wall. They don't tend to go away from the wall very much, but this one looks like it's going pretty good. It's a really good shot. That's a hard shot to throw right there.
We were
Yeah,
really
no,
close
you got nothing.
to,
You got none of the rock. It's dead buried.
We're really close to a Grand Slam of curling whiff of the week there if Kaitlyn Laws ended up in someone's broom bag.
Yeah. Well, look at that. It forces the outturn draw. Like that's a really, really good shot that's going to be lost forever. You got to make a good one here. Top 4 is what you want. This looks pretty wide. They're switching. Doesn't look very heavy either. Got by the guard by a bit. Look at that finish.
Some great sweeping to get it there.
Really good sweeping, yeah. All right, well, good news for Kaitlyn Laws is that yellow rock is not going anywhere. So that's the deuce. They need a deuce here after that steal the last end.
Both teams hungry for a win here to try to separate themselves out of the pack and get into playoff contention. They're both at 1-1. Kayla Skrlik is at 2-1. Madeline Dupont is at 2-1 as well. And then Eubene Park leading the pack at 3-0 in Pool B action.
Up by the guard by about the same amount, so the finish should be pretty good. Got to get it there for distance. Not bad. It's not awful.
So they just sort of come around and follow where that yellow one went, essentially?
Yeah, they would actually, both times, they got by the guard by, a rock and a half. So you could get a little tighter and get inside on this is what would be nice. They're indicating it's a bit less weight. It's way out there again. They're not scaring this guard. They're getting by this guard by a mile. They're trying to push it pretty hard. It looks really light and way out there. I think you're going to see a peel. I think maybe you just peel the center. You don't have to double. You don't have to get rid of this back. I don't think that guard is actually in play. I don't think you want to do that. No. So what she's saying is hit the red onto the red, onto the yellow, onto the red. Don't know that you need to do that right now. Straight peel would be pretty good here. It's a lot of rocks to try to move on seconds rocks.
The intern here from Jocelyn Peterman attempting this double peel. They just whisk by that red.
That's pretty
stone.
good.
That
That's
was
pretty
just
good
thrown.
result. I don't think you needed to get anything moving there. So now they got to throw this guard again. Basically the same spot. Try to get it pretty high. Bite the center line.
So Catherine Clifford throwing third stones here.
It's not a good situation. It's a great situation for the Laws team right now. Like they've got a possibility for a 3 here. One half shot here. or one really good made shot, and 3 is in play. That was a really outstanding in-turn draw around that corner guard.
Red Rock just creeps over the center line.
Yeah. So do you ever take on this? Just hit the red onto the yellow onto the red? Or try, that's not. Try to just throw, this is again like a board weight, get rid of the guard. You could also nose the red onto the yellow.
So there's the call for board weight.
Just board weight, hit a quarter of a rock and roll on. Really start to build an end here. She's feeling it right now.
Out turn here from Serena Negevin. The key is to see where this rock ends up.
Away.
They get to the inside, and it will roll just a little too much. No, it might stick around into the paint. Won't be in an ideal situation, but
it's not gonna. It's on. It could. I don't think it's gonna come into play. I mean, they're still sort of guarding for their lives here. This goes in a bad spot, and that back one still could come. That back one could come into play. That side one. This is way out there. This is not just out there; it's out there. Got to really finish this pretty hard, which means it's going to be pretty tight. All right, not bad. I still think you could take on this. You could take on this run, like nose hit that guard onto the yellow. Ooh, I don't think you want to double PLEs. I don't think you want that. I think you could take this on. Ooh, over the top. So she's trying to play this really. Okay, so you're looking at like a thin half here. Try to get it over the top of the red one and get the red one.
In turn, Serena Negevin. Big weight here. Working hard to keep this straight. They get a decent chunk of the red, and it will roll just.
Not a bad result. Not bad. Lonely little red rock in there now.
That continues to be the focus for Team Serena Gray Withers all the way through to Skip Stones, as she again is trying to throw a few more attempts to block this Laws team from unlocking it. And if they have that open shot to do it, just a nose, like for example, if there was no guard here in place, Laws would have a chance for 3.
Yep.
Potentially even more. So really key you keep this redstone around, and with these extra guards off to the side too, there's really just so few opportunities to make anything else.
This hasn't been the easiest of guards to throw either. Seems to believe that it's heavy. It's way out there again. They've all been out there, but they finished pretty hard. But it's certainly out there. It's definitely not heavy. It's got a lot of curling to do, but it does finish pretty hard at the end. That is some good sweeping right there.
And they start it, and they continue.
Might have a shot with this intern. Might be able to chase. Yeah.
So if you throw this correctly too, your shooter should end up in a decent position, sort of blocking the middle, right? Is that the idea? You kind of.
I think your shooter probably rolls, but like I think your best bet is that half a rock here. So It's going to be close. Like, it's really close. You want to get a little bit, like, you can only see half a rock. And you need to hit just a smidge more than half a rock to make this back one go. But what you can do is keep your shooter and this one and then punch it back a tiny bit. Punch it back to the button. And then I'm not sure. And then I think you're going to have, if your shooter stays, you might have a shot off the outside yellow. They can't guard the outside yellow and the path. So they're going to have to draw in. So you're going to have a shot. You're going to have a shot. If you can keep both your yellow rocks in play here, you're going to have a shot. That's her goal.
The intern coming from Kaitlyn Lodge. She looks to go on the offense here, down 1 in the 4th. But lots of opportunity in this end thus far.
It's a little out there. Got him trying to make it curl. It's got to get closer to the guard than that.
And they just kiss that redstone a little bit farther into the 4-foot.
A little softer with that weight and that line. And she's actually got a couple of shots. I still think they have to draw.
And suddenly Team Laws are back at the same predicament they were in the last end.
Super lonely Red Rock. What is she looking at over here? Yeah. Well, that's a shot. If you go there, Kaitlyn plays the run back on the Reds, and if she gets it, it's a 3. So, yeah, I don't love that. I think you have to just come around this top 4 buried. You don't like this guard. You play the guard and she just runs back the guard. And if she spills your rock out, she gets 3. She's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th and has hammer. It's not a fun thing to say out loud, especially if you don't have hammer.
So Serena Gray-Withers throwing her 2nd of 2 here, her final stone in the 4th end, trying to protect that one lonely rock in the 4-foot and also her lead in this game.
I think they settled on a guard. Maybe she'll overthrow it. It's okay to hook this a bit. It's okay to hook this. Go. Sweep it. Sweep it. Hook it a bit. Hook it a bit. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a good spot. That's the spot. Can you get through that port and chase it? Can you get, yeah. Can you jiggle off them and get to the back one? Can you even just get through the port? I wonder. Does it look big enough to you? It looks big enough. On the left-hand side, it looks small. On the right-hand side, it looks big. Is it big enough? I don't know. Can you do red? Could you just run the red onto the red onto the red? That's tough. I'm not saying. They're going to try the port. Just smoke the port. If you get through the hole, you will hit the back red. So they believe that the hole is there because that's what they're playing. So here you go. This is a shot for 3 because you can't hold your shooter. But if you get through the hole, you will hit the red rock.
This is a very, very intriguing end and a very intriguing final stone here from Kaitlyn Laws, attempting the jiggle or the straight pick through the narrowest of ports, surely, we've seen here in Martensville so far this week. Final stone here, trying to push this stone out. Got to get it as close through this port as you can, as much of an opening as you can.
Oh, look at that.
And
if she hit the other one first, if she hit the outside one first, she might have actually made it.
Oh. That was agonizing.
Watch this. Watch this, right? So she hits the inside rock first. If she hits the outside rock first, She might actually make this through the hole. So watch, it just hits the inside rock first, outside rock first, and it probably goes over and makes it.
Wow, what an incredible end of the fourth end. We'll be right back after this quick little break. In fact, with the fifth end action, the second half of this game coming right up.
Imagine being able to stream every curling game from every sheet from any event, be it your Wednesday league game, bonspiel, or corporate event. Curling Stadium offers an all-inclusive streaming solution featuring high-quality cameras, ease of use, great reliability, and minimal installation. Offering your sponsors customizable ad space on your streamed curling games and being able to sell video packages to your corporate events for increased revenue. With Curling Stadium, you can stream to any device, be it your mobile phone, tablet, or computer. Push the feed to your desired platform, be it Facebook, YouTube, or any other social media. Curling Stadium is simply the way forward. Where it's commonplace in other sports to televise every game, we want to do the same. Curling is a global sport, and it's time it gets the coverage it needs. Make your curling club the next Curling Stadium.
Hey Ben, what's the Aztec Safety online e-learning website again?
Yeah, that would be aztecsafety.com.
Fire extinguisher and firefighting. We'll send that one to Paul.
Ah, now here's a course I should probably take. Conflict resolution.
Power line safety. Yeah, I thought it might help me with my line calls. Did you know this Aztec website has over 100 safety courses?
Jeez. Aztec Safety online course. Ground disturbance. Could have used that a few seconds ago.
Welcome back here to the Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2 Grand Slam of Curling, Martensville, Saskatchewan. Round robin play, draw number 12 already on the women's side. Take a look at some other games going on here in a second, but this one, of course, as you can tell, Serena Gray Withers and Kaitlyn Laws. Bunch of ones through the first half of this game here. Marty Thompson and Matt Hames with you on the call. And Matt, we were just talking about how close this Laws team was to just getting that big score here in the fourth, but really the story of the game has been just coming down to that final stone for Kaitlyn Laws, just really having some difficult stuff to throw at to try to convert.
Yeah, I mean, they were building a really, really good end there and lots of really good opportunities. Just right at the end there, they had a shot, they had a chance. Just came really, really close. Just it's a game of millimeters. Used to be a game of inches when I played it. Now it's a game of millimeters.
Something about the conversion, or I don't know,
Yeah.
The imperial to metric thing in Canada, that's hard for some people to get over.
I mean, yeah, when I lived in Canada and played it, we said it was a game of inches, and now it's just, they're so much better that it's a game of millimeters.
Some other games happening here in Martensville as part of the Tier 2 of the Grand Slam of Curling this week. Draw 12 on the men's side. Stopper and Kui are taking each other on. 3-1 is the score in that one in the fifth. Mark Keen's taking on Sam Muirbrook, potential Ontario tankard matchup to watch out for. Keen with a 7-2 lead there in the fourth. And on the women's side, keen eyes have already could tell who's been playing on the sheet beside us here. Team Rana and Christina Black facing off. Rana with a 3-2 lead, the Swedish side, and that is in the fourth end. All these games are available to watch here on Curling Stadium and Curling Zone, and of course, Tier 1 action ongoing in Saskatoon on Rock Channel.
And if you're on the Curling Zone YouTube and you hit subscribe, you can also ring the bell and click all so that when there's a live event, you'll be notified on YouTube. So go do that.
Please do what he says. Please do. Please.
Like and subscribe.
It's not a joke anymore, is it?
It's not a joke.
Just the wreck off the guard there. Now, is there a little bit of wiggle room here for Team Laws to continue to try to shape something? Nothing in the house, but potentially can play off this red.
I think she can come off the inside of this red and the shooter can end up in the rings.
Looking for a bit of a 2-for-1 here. Jocelyn Peterman.
She might have popped out a bit. They gotta go. They gotta make this curl. You don't want to ever have to make peels curl. It's never gonna happen. Don't hit the scraper.
So it just bumps off the red there and sits as a center guard. Now, Gray Withers electing, first thought was to come underneath.
Yeah.
Now they're looking at the guard.
I'm not sure underneath is a really good shot right here. I'm debating whether or not you want to go top button or kind of really junk it. It looks like they want it. Like, I think it past this guard, a guard past this yellow guard is, I think, the best shot. I think you're okay with Kaitlyn being like, let's go in. It's like they're just playing a really high guard. It's also fine. There or past it was going to be fine. You know, you're like, Kaitlyn's got to blast these. She can't just draw in right now.
So quite a bit of junk in the front, and skipper electing to get rid of these with some big weight.
If she hits this on the nose, could she end up with the back yellow into the rings? I think she could. Just a little low side, just a smidge on the, no, that's high side. So that's going to be way too hard. But that's what I mean. Like, if it was a little softer, that actually goes into the rings. Both yellows had a chance of going into the rings.
So Gray Withers elects to put another guard up, and Catherine Clifford has a record for throwing guards, I think, as a vice so far in this event.
Yeah, just guard, right? Like last time they threw 4 guards. The last 4 rocks were all guards. It's, you know, sometimes you just, like, as a team, you say, hey, you know, maybe we should make them throw something other than guards. What do you think? Should we maybe try to make this a little harder for them? Because guards are not really hard.
So lined straight up, right, with the one that is in the 4-foot. And again, the story of a lonely red rock, too, has certainly been the case, at least for the last couple ends in this one. Serena Gray Withers has done a good job really kind of protecting this league, as much as, you know, we kind of started this game off the hot mat talking about just making the other team have a difficult shot to play.
Yeah.
And that's really been their case, right? They've been protecting in a kind of a, maybe a peculiar way at times, but it's really paid off, because at the end, Kaitlyn Laws has had, I mean, especially in that last end, it's just some really incredibly difficult shots and low percentage shots to try to score and win.
You know, you're in a curling game and you're up 2 without, and you're throwing guards and they're throwing peels, you're pretty happy. You're like, yeah, let's keep doing this. Can we just carry on doing this the whole game? Because this is awesome. This is fun. We're good. At some point, the Laws team is going to need to put together a couple of shots and put some pressure on this team, because right now they're not feeling it. They're getting the guards in their spot. Oh, they're deciding to chase. Yeah, that's a little bit higher, so they're chasing.
Bit more daylight to come underneath. Just get
Intern
that
chase.
roll, because you can come right to the red, right? Right underneath.
Yeah,
the red.
she's saying hack weight. Well, she keeps touching the bottom of her foot and then pointing to the back line. So I don't know what the bottom of her foot means, but it's probably hack. Just a nice Could come off the guard and roll into the rings too, which, might get to, this is a pretty good shot right here. Might have overrolled. Very nice. Probably can chase that with the in-turn. Maybe just a little heavy, but very nice. Very well managed too. Pounded it the whole time.
A little bit extra distance with the second sweeper there, but yeah, just see how close they were to that red. And even when they're by the guard, certainly trying to keep it straight, trying to keep as much of that line as they could.
I don't think they realized how much weight they had because they were sweeping that even past the guard. And then Jocelyn was there kind of putting some brushes to it. So I'm not entirely sure they were aware of how heavy that was. But good shot, good chase. And we got the chase back here. Usually goes a lot to the wall here on these end sheets too. So kind of assume that this is going to curl.
Just about as simple of as an end has been so far through the first four.
Right? We have only one rock in the rings. What is going on, ladies?
They get a thick chunk and it will come just to the outside.
All right. I think you ignore this and just, exactly. I was going to say there's an option to follow this down and just corner freeze onto it. But this is probably the better. It's a really high guard though. That's the only problem. Like we watched, Serena was easily chased a rock that was totally buried. So I don't know what they're hoping here. That they totally bury it and they miss.
Ooh, Laws is all over this
close.
Guard.
Oh, that's not good.
And clunks off of it and makes kind of an ugly stagger just off the center line. And you see Gray Withers is smelling blood and willing to come underneath and try to force Kaitlyn Laws to another difficult draw for a single.
It's really interesting that they're playing the out turn at this and not the in turn. It's a skip's choice, whatever the skip wants. You just, as a front end player, you're like, yeah, sure. But why not play the in turn and try to get a little bit more of the button? Maybe she doesn't want to show Kaitlyn it. I don't know. I'd be playing the in turn and say, okay, you follow me down with that out turn. Like she wasn't really close on that last out turn.
Out turn draw coming here from Gray Withers. Bit of struggles with the draw weight from the skipper so far. Can she make a good one here? The sweepers switch to try to get a little bit more curl. You can see it's just kind of hanging just a little bit.
Got to go for distance too.
A bit. Anywhere top four would be an excellent outcome for this team. It will come up just short.
It's pretty good. Good force. Tough. Yeah, it's a new spot here. So
final stone here in the fifth end as a bit of speed curling through this one as Kaitlyn Laws is set ready to go.
Well, they needed it for time.
Yeah, no doubt. Already down to 10 minutes here for the remainder of this game. Final stone in the fifth end. Kaitlyn Laws again in a position looking to make a precise shot in order to get just 1 point on the board.
Sweepers like it. Trying to make it curl a bit, but shouldn't be on the outside one. Oh.
Can they get off the red? They do just. How much weight is on this yellow stone? It's going to go all the way back out towards the 12 foots. And it will be yet another steal of one for their Albertan opponents. Make it now 4-1. Heading into the sixth end. We will be right back from Martensville.
Brett, come on, man. I know Aztec's #1 for online safety training, but we really should be out here practicing.
I know, guys. I'll be right there. Just let me finish this course on gas detection. Wait. Do you smell that?
The 2025-2026 Grand Slam of Curling schedule is out, with big events happening all over Canada, like the Masters heading to London in September, the Tour Challenge from Nisku this October, the Canadian Open from Saskatchewan in December, and the Players' Championship from Steinbeck coming in January. Early bird weekend and full event passes on sale now at gsoctickets.com. Let's rock!
So her weight's fine.
Hello and welcome back to the Grand Slam of Curling, Tier 2 here in Saskatchewan, Hearing Life Canadian Open. Marty Thompson and Matt Hames with the call here. And Matt, I guess really the story of the game is Kaitlyn Laws just kind of failing on those last shots. You know, in that case, the force from Gray Withers, anywhere in the 4 foot's good. Any full 8 was good. And unfortunately, her draw just went a little heavy. It's not the first last stone she's had that's let her team down, sadly.
Yeah, no, early on she was light for a steal. And in that end, on her first, she was just wide. Like her weight was pretty good. It was just, she crashed on an outside guard that wasn't really in play. And on this one, they had to sweep it to get it past the guard. And that just a little bit of sweeping, you know, when you sweep it to get it past the guard, it really, you know, some people think that you can sweep it to slow it down. I don't know that you can. There's a lot of really good curlers who believe you can. But it also maintains the distance a bit when you sweep a rock. And so they had to sweep that to get it past, and it maintained the distance a bit. So, yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle.
So a bit of the story of the game so far, if you're just joining us. 1-1 to start. Kaitlyn Laws with a steal of her own there in the first end. And then after that, you can kind of see on the scoreboard there a series of steals here now. 3 in a row from Serena Gray Withers. And it really comes down to lots of aggressive play, lots of rocks in the house and above. But then again, just like really dialing up the difficulty level. And credit to Team Kaitlyn Laws there, Selena Negevin skipping the game. They're not shying away. They're certainly playing aggressive. They've had a couple of decent opportunities, even through the second and third throwers, to really shape up some nice ends. Just hasn't gone their way.
Yeah, all they got to do is look at the scoreboard and go, let's get a deuce, let's get a force, let's get a deuce, let's get a seal. That's, you know, it sounds great when you say it out loud like that, but it's not, they're not out of this game. And if they can snag a 3 in one of those moments, then the last end isn't a steal anymore. So it's not hard to get a 3 in this game with the 5 rock rule. You get a couple of guards, you get lots of rocks in play. They've had a couple of chances at 3s in this game even. So this doesn't help. The sort of the luck of just ticking on an outside guard and coming over doesn't help them a ton. But you could look at it coming around this corner guard, or you could look at throwing this peel. It depends on how aggressive you want to be right now. So they're debating right now. Do we want to move these front ones or come around once and then move the front ones? They got a shot on this yellow rock. They're not playing this peel. Shows me that they're like, let's get a deuce here. We got a deuce here. Everything is fine.
Peterman sets up on the out turn. I'm going to keep this straight. Oof. Nearly kicked that redstone off of the 8 foot there.
It's pretty good. Like, they're going to hit this yellow one. So everything is going to be, the good news is there's not going to be any center guards. This isn't going to be a complicated end. You're going to have a couple of corner guards And so you're going to have a couple of chances at a deuce here, no matter what. One good shot, and you got a solid chance at a deuce, even if they make this perfect. And they're going to not roll enough. Yeah, I think you actually have to just nose hit this. I don't think you can do what she just said. You're going to nut the back one, and you're going to roll a little too high, I think.
This is a bit of playing the scoreboard, though, right? You know, it's the sixth end. They need to generate some offense. You know, if you just dead nose it, then they just dead nose you, and then
but then you can come around the guard. Like I think the problem here is that if you do this, they'll
end up dead nosing it almost anyways. But yeah, that red is going to sit underneath cover, and it is shot.
Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. That's not the end of the world yet, because you can still come around it and be shot. You come around the red, you can run back the yellow. They nose this. If you had have gotten that red rock just a little bit farther out, so that there was an intern chase or intern hit and roll, I think you're happier. Laws can't blank here. They need to score. They need to score a deuce. Trying to make this curl. Not bad. Now you draw.
Just precise enough there with that hit. So Team Laws here with Serena Negevin throwing third stones and calling the game, looking to really come around here, really start the offense for this team. And they haven't scored since the very first end in this one.
Yeah, and this is shaping up to be a not very complicated. Like, think about the shots that she's had. That, like, her shot right now is a draw to the tee line behind a corner guard with hammer. So compared to the shots that she's had in this game, this is a very less precise shot. So hopefully they can play some less precise shots this end.
Waiting for the rock to come across the center line, and they do. Now the weight is a concern. And that's going to go.
That's not bad. You don't have to be shot yet. Because what do? Yeah, I guess you have to chase it, or you have to peel.
So Gray Withers indicating that red is closer, so the chances to come around to the forefoot.
This is exactly what Kaitlyn Laws wanted. This is good. They can work with this. They can freeze to that back one and be shot. So they can, and they got some rocks to come. So you better not tick off this. That would be disaster if you were to tick this top one. You got to get by.
Berg is working hard to keep this straight. Now the curl's on. There's the weight tolerance there, though.
I think it's pretty good. You could do that. You ever try that? Do you ever try the thin on the top one onto the red that's buried? They're playing this run. You ever try a board weight, just hit and roll over to it? Sort of like a tick shot. Basically hit a bit less where her broom is onto the other red. Sit too buried behind a corner guard with a rock back 12 or back 4.
It's certainly an aggressive call, and it makes a lot of sense if you play to the right tolerance, no question.
Yeah.
It's a good idea. Instead, the call is to run this red straight into the other red, and they will make the nice double and roll underneath cover. That's a decent.
All right, that's not bad. You got a yellow run back for 3 now, and so yeah, they draw this open side. You could take on this run back and try to sit a couple buried. Do not leave this top 12. With your sweepers, you cannot leave this top 12 or top. Like you just can't leave this high.
Yeah, any double would certainly be appetizing for this Kaitlyn Laws team as they look to get back into this game. These two
T-line is
yellows, it looks
pretty
like
good. T-line would be pretty good. T-line wouldn't be like Kaitlyn might still take on the hit and roll to the back one though.
First of two here from Serena Gray Withers.
Sweeping it for everything here. It's not curling. It's not heavy. Uh-oh. No.
Sweepers will have no problem bringing this one dead even to the other red stone. A decent little outcome there for Gray Withers. Kaitlyn Laws heads back down.
Hesitation.
Hit and roll is the call.
You don't think about playing this just board weight on this outside of red. Nose hit the red. Nose hit the yellow, I mean. On this outside and sit 3 buried behind corner guards and say, okay, your shot. You got to freeze to the back one. And if you ever don't, brings 4 into play. I don't know how you score I don't know how you score 2 playing this shot.
First of 2 from the fourth rock thrower. It looks like it's over curling. Dead nose would certainly not be a good outcome, or even over curling. They get it to the inside. How far will it go?
That's pretty good.
Just to the edge.
Oh, it's spun out there at the end. All right, it's still tough to get rid of. See half it, but I don't think you can pick it over top. It's a really good shot.
The trick is the jam. Let's take another
replay.
look at this.
She threw pretty hard. Good sweep in. Really, watch it just smash it like it's shit. Almost 7/8 of that. And just that spin at the end. Pretty good result. They're going to try to pick it. Not a tremendous amount of risk. Probably can make the back one go away too. Just throw peel. Hit what you can see. This is up her alley. She likes to throw it hard. Dead behind the... Oh, a little bit of a push. A little bit of a push out. Might not curl. Might not get any of it. All right. Do you ever take this on for 4? Not even a thought. All right.
So you're suggesting the yellow onto the red kind of run back there?
Yeah. Didn't even look at it. Which, I did say at the beginning of this, get a deuce, get a force, get a deuce, and you're back in this. So the curling math works, but you got a shot. You got a chance at 4. And you got a solid chance. It's just a nose hit. Yeah. I get it. Like 2 is 1,000 times better than 1. Like just so significantly much better than 1. 2 is really good here. 4 is outstanding, but 1 is death. So
final stone here in the 6th, and Kaitlyn Laws looking to dial in that draw weight a little bit, just making sure she can get right into the forefoot for her 2 points.
Looks pretty good.
And a bit of hurried sweeping, but certainly a no-doubter there. So it looks like it is just the 2 yellows. They might take another look at these reds, but I think it was indicated earlier there by Gray Withers that it was indeed red closer. And looks like that is the case. So 2 points for Team Laws, make it 4-3 going into the 7th end after this break.
Welcome to the RockShop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, The Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
Developed over a decade in collaboration with the finest ice makers this side of the Atlantic, the Pebblehead PB5 is nothing short of a triumph of sophistication and craftsmanship. Weighing less than half its lumbering copper predecessors, yet boasting tenfold their durability, the PB5 delivers perfect, consistent ice time after time. The PB5 by pebbleheads.com, the apex of ice-making ingenuity for the roaring game of curling.
Now. Hello and welcome back to the Grand Slam of Curling Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2 event here in Martensville, Saskatchewan. Tier 1 just down the road there in Saskatoon. Grey Withers up 4-3. They have the hammer. They have scored in 4 ends thus far. We're playing in the 7th. Last rock advantage again here. Marty Thompson and Matt Hames with the call.
Yeah, so Grey Withers needs to score here. That's either blank or score, and they'll be in good shape for the win. And I think this is when Laws just throws the kitchen sink at a steal.
Christian Gordon throwing lead stones here for Team Laws. Looks like they're just going to try to junk up the middle here with another one coming around.
I'm really, I think when they look back on this, they might look at, why didn't we look at trying the run back for 4? Why did we just run down and throw the draw for 2? I get it. They really wanted to score. 1 was going to kill them. They were never going to win the game if they only got 1. But they might not win the game anyway. Down 1 with playing 7. So, I don't know. Risk and reward. That's what it comes down to. I'm just surprised they didn't even talk about it.
Still lots of curling left too. You get one shot to go your way and suddenly you forget about all that other stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. They can still squeak this out. This little stagger is going to help them. They're going to draw the button here, have 2 center guards and a little stagger. It's the worst thing in the world. This little stagger, this setup right here, advantage Laws completely.
Jocelyn Peterman needs to make the draw in
Gotta get to the
behind that little stagger.
Don't have to get to the button on this shot, but eventually it would be awesome to get there on this shot. This is not going to get to the button. This is both heavy and wide. Oh. Want to ignore that and just peel. Doesn't matter who shot. Take a run at this double peel. Get rid of the 1 even.
Lindsey Burgess, the Dalhousie grad, gold medal winner at the World Juniors in 2018. Throwing some big weight at this one, looking for the double peel. There's 1 and just 1 to start narrowly.
Not bad. Yeah, you got to try it again. You got to try it. And then their guard's going to be gone. So that's the problem. Still taking the same ice. So it wasn't the ice. Try to throw it a little bit better. A little bit less weight and it might come up. Kaitlyn's on it right away.
Jocelyn Peterman looking to make the adjustment here with a little less weight.
It looks way better. Line's way better now that the weight's way better.
Can they dig underneath? They can.
Yeah, that's not bad. Probably pick it. Dude, play it with quiet weight. Yeah, she's playing it. Her hand. So out west, they use your hand for hack weight. In Ontario, they use your foot because Kaitlyn is an Ontario. I still think of her as an Ontario person.
So the hack waiter incoming. Taking off on them already, maybe.
No, I'm trying to make it grow. I think it might be a little heavy. Oh, I think they were trying to make it curl to hit the guard. Because it was like you said, it took off on him. Well, it's kind of advantage. Now you can. Does it need to be that tight? Why does it need to be that tight, Kaitlyn? Isn't okay really high?
So a guard incoming here from Serena Negevin.
So the problem with it really tight is that if they play the top one onto this one, then this one is coming into the pack. But if it's high and they try the double, it doesn't go into the pack.
Big carve needed to bring this back over.
So yeah, that's not real cool. That's not real awesome.
They do cover the Yellowstone. And now discussion time between Gray Withers and her third captain, Clifford.
I think they're doing yellow here.
Big shot here from Clifford. They look to blow this game open with a multi-point score in the seventh end.
Risk is that you hit this on the outside, it could end up badly for you. Uh-oh, friends.
Missing on the outside has certainly been a theme in this game. They
just really on the outside is okay. So they were trying to nose that, just so you know.
They just missed that one.
Yeah. Hitting those reds would have been bad the way that was going back. Let's see if Serena can make a bit better of a guard here. Still think it needs to be high.
Negevin skipping that team of the trials. They didn't make the playoffs, but she ended up as the fourth best third at the event, shooting 82%.
Yeah, it came down to their last draw. It came down to the draw. Their draws.
So it covers, and now you see Gray Withers going after this Yellowstone now on the outturn side of the center line.
She's playing yellow onto the red, onto the yellow. So she wants to hit, basically, what turn do you want? I agree. That's negative ice. That doesn't look like enough ice.
Clifford coming out, looking to set this rock out towards the target, and she does. Going to keep it straight. Close to, are they close? Ooh, they tick it just out.
Pretty good shot. Yellow's still shot buried. Yeah, there you go. You got a chance at a multiple steal here. You make this pretty good. One miss run back. And you could put another one in there. Because I think like they're playing the yellow run back onto this. And that could get gnarly. If they ever nutted it instead of hit the back one. Right? Like you're coming around this yellow rock and they're running this. They're going to run the yellow rock into it. if they ever hit it a little high side, he'd be drawing to sit 4. So yeah, this is not pretty.
Skip stones now coming here. Kaitlyn Laws, her first without the hammer here for the first time in a while.
See,
looking to come around and looking to steal. This
is why they didn't play the run back for 4 last time. They made sure they got 2. See, they're so much smarter than me.
Well, you look smart when you make the shots, and Kaitlyn Laws just put one right in the top of the lid in a really nice spot.
So they're playing this yellow run. And if you hit this a little bit on the outside, which is very easy to do when you've got some adrenaline pumping, and you nut it onto that yellow one, Kaitlyn's drawing to or throwing a guard against 4, and you've got a wide out turn draw to get your 1. You could also hit this a little bit on the inside, roll over a bit, take away your out turn draw, and then Kaitlyn throws the guard back there, and then it's not fun either. Then it's 2. Big shot.
Skipper is up for the task here. Big weight coming down.
Always going to guard against being wide.
Yeah, that'll be just enough to roll out. Oh, just enough to roll out towards the wings, I should say.
She just tapped the top. Do you ever try to come around the red and just corner freeze onto your own there? And then, all she can do is blast them out, and you get a steal of 1. I guess you throw this guard, and you hope she misses the out turn draw and steal 2. You get a guaranteed steal 1 if you corner freeze on the inside of your own. There's no way she tries to outdraw 3. She would take a steal 1. Right now, Grey Withers would take a steal 1.
Final stone for Kaitlyn Laws. This Manitoban team throwing yellow stones aptly.
I've turned draw.
Like it, and the line caller likes it.
See, I mean, yeah, but if you, there was always, Grey Withers is always saying to herself, she's throwing the guard here, so I'm going to throw the out turn draw. She had the broom down before that rock came to stop. But if you corner freeze onto the end, you throw the exact same shot you just threw, freeze dead onto your own on the inside a tiny bit, and all of a sudden, man, you're guaranteed steal 1. And I know it brings a bit of risk into play, but yeah, I don't know.
Final stone here from
what?
Looks like we had a bit of a camera log there, so it looks like this draw is a little heavy.
This looks heavy and wide. There you go. There's your steal 2, maybe. That's pretty confident steal 2 right there.
And there it is. So Team Laws with 2 points here in the 7th end. They take a 1-point lead. Grey Withers will have the hammer when we come back.
Hey, Mark, you ready for this game tonight?
Yeah, I'm excited, man. Cupsy, what are you doing over there?
Don't worry, boys. Was just on AztecSafety.com, took a fire extinguisher safety course. Paul, I'm putting out the fires from now on. Woo!
Who knew after 20 years in real estate I'd have to make silly videos for Instagram and come out behind a tree?
Stu, we need to do this stuff.
Why can't I just door knock into open houses like I did in the old days?
That doesn't work anymore.
Okay, so it's because I'm sitting here behind a tree. Come use us for real estate.
Welcome to the RockShop.net, the official store for the Grand Slam of curling. Whether you're looking for the best hats, stylish clothing, fun toys, or unique accessories, the Rock Shop has it all. Shop online anytime at therockshop.net for exclusive Grand Slam of Curling gear, or come see us in person at your next event. Therockshop.net, where fans find their favorite curling gear.
We are certainly in for a doozy here in the 8th end. Thanks everybody for tuning in for the length of this entire game, because you're bound to get a good one. It's been well worth the wait. Look at that scoreboard. It really has been a tale of, I don't even want to call it two halves. I'd say the first 2/3, then a final third at the end here, with Kaitlyn Laws racking up 4 points in these last two ends heading in towards the 8th. Marty Thompson and Matt Hames with the call. Yeah, I mean, Grey Withers looking for the deuce here to try to win this game, trying to get to that shootout, obviously try to avoid that shootout at the end. For Team Laws, they have really forced the again, what we sort of talked about at the start, just forcing the other team to make a little bit more difficult shots, right? And certainly saw that right to the end of that one.
Yeah, and nobody seems to want to score when they have hammer. So that's like, how many times? I think only 2 times this game people have scored with hammer. So been a lot of steals. And so we'll see whether or not this game comes down to Grey Withers scoring with hammer here and getting their deuce in the 8th.
So looks like focus the play coming right down to the center again. Kristen Gordon looking to come around. A little bit of a wider path here too.
Yeah, it seems to finish at the end, so I don't think they're worried about it. They're getting by guards by a ton, but by the end of it, it's pretty buried. I could buy the guard by a lot, by almost an entire human, and it's still buried.
A human horizontally or
yeah. It got by a lot. Maybe an exaggeration, but.
Zoe Cinnamon throwing lead stones here for Team Grey Withers, the Cochrane, Alberta native.
Don't want to hit the guard here. Just tap it back. Might be able to get inside with the way they got by that guard. Certainly going to tap it back. Pretty good spot. It's going to force a freeze. Yeah, that's pretty good. Freezing to the top 4 means that you've got the wide outturn for your deuce. So I think you're going to see, if everybody makes their shots here, you're going to see freeze, 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 and then lots of thought.
That might bring us back to, was that the second or the third end? I can't remember, where both teams kind of came back and had readjusted their thinking. Yeah, it's both teams have similar goals and different ways they want to achieve it in this end, no doubt.
Here's the first freeze.
Yeah, there's the first one, is right. A little bit of a bump on it.
Yeah, that's okay. So now we're gonna be a little short. That's okay. A little short's gonna require that could bring in the outturn draw. So that's why I don't love it. I think you want to freeze again. If you come short here, I think you force them to throw the outturn draw. Well, they're indicating pretty heavy, but it's tight. They're indicating heavy. Heavy's not good. Really trying to make it curl. You don't want to bounce off this. Get by it? Okay. Can't decide if that's good or not.
Comes all the way just out towards the back 4, but just out in the 8-foot there.
I think it's okay. I think you're still freezing. Yeah. I think you're still going there. I'm with you. I don't know what happens next. I think you want to be on the outside of this. That's what they're saying. That's what Kaitlyn is saying. Like, don't be dead buried.
So the timeout, worth the discussion.
So your 2 shots here, I think, are the intern draw half open so that you can make a shot on it, or the out-turn draw half open so you can make a shot on it. And I think I like the in-turn draw. So imagine the in-turn draw just a little bit over top of the C uncovered, like just sitting right on the C in any kind of line on that. So you've got a shot at it, or the out-turn draw anywhere on the outside as well. I think the in-turn draw is better though. I don't know why you would ever hit this rock in the back. I don't think, I guess they're saying like, could we hit and roll? This is the Western. Out West, they like to hit everything. If your mom walks into the rings, they might hit her.
Because if you hit and roll, you're not going to be shot, right?
No, you're not going to be shot, but you're going to be out counting that. Yeah, I don't know why you hit this rock. I don't think this rock hurts you in any way. There's no way that there's just really, it's really hard. It's not possible right now to get rid of that yellow rock, that second shot. So why worry about a rock that's third shot? I don't understand this. I think this is giving the advantage back.
So Jocelyn Peterman with the hit and roll here in this red rock that's behind the tee line. Looks like they're keeping it straight. They need a little bit of weight on it as well.
Gotta go maybe for a good piece. It's pretty good. I mean, yeah, sure. Do you not just come down? You come down to that, and all of a sudden, yeah, I don't think you can. I think you want to move them. I think if you come down with like board and sit right there and move those yellows, deciding to play the in-turn freeze, I don't hate that either.
So keep in mind too, if this game is tied after 8 ends, that it will be a draw to the button for the win. So just wanted to shade that in a little bit because I think it might come down to that final sort of decision making here on Serena Gray Withers' side. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so they switched to the out-turn freeze on the back one, which I don't like. That is, you're just bringing too many rocks in the 4-foot too early in the end. Like if you played hack or board and got rid of those back yellows and sat right there, I'd listen to this, but this just can't get rid of this rock now.
And it comes exactly parallel to the other red stone.
No, I don't think there's a double. I think it's pretty good. Well, we're gonna smash it. Okay. So they're gonna just like smash this out. Try to nose it? I don't know. I don't think you're gonna nose it with that weight.
Coming. Do they get any action? They don't. They just send it right through.
Okay.
And the chance for Team Gray Withers to just make that shot maybe even a little bit better.
Yeah. This is their shot to win, right? Like this out-turn draw is their shot to win the game. So they're playing it with half an end to go. That's the only problem. So it's not to win the game right now. It's 4 shots away from win the game. So the problem is that if you don't put this in a perfect spot, you could leave the Laws team a chance to double out your shooter that's lost. And if you put this in like dead freeze to the back one, they freeze to the back one. Now all of a sudden you're running out of room for your shot to win the game. They keep putting it right beside just to tease them. That's pretty good, but yeah, now you play this out-turn freeze and you're not happy. Right? If they make this out-turn freeze, that's you're really just not pleased with the outcome how this is going. And you didn't have to throw that. You didn't have to get there yet.
Certainly feels like this game hinges on this shot here from Serena Negevin. She can launch this one in, like you said, just really lodge it in. Things will get difficult. It's a little wider than they want. Trying to bring this over, you want to get right to the lid or sitting just off to the left of the button.
Oh.
Bumps it a bit more than I think they wanted.
I can't decide if that's good or not. They might call a time, yeah. I don't think they can decide if that's good or not. I think that
they're sitting 2 right now, right? Like they're sitting winning.
Yeah, right.
But there's 5 shots to come. So you don't win until there's no shots to come. So you can't. The good news is that you might actually be able to get inside of that and just come down with like board and get a tiny bit inside and hit the back one. That's okay, because the back one ain't going far. It's only going on to those back. Even if you tick the back one, it's okay. You got to get there and with a tiny bit of weight. So you can't throw a guard because then she just runs it in with no risk.
That's a good point.
So you gotta just, you can't throw it there. Sorry. That's not. I think based on the ice that they're trying to play it with a tiny bit of, like, just a tiny bit of weight. So just a back line. She's sweeping it. See her sweeping it there? So just back line weight. Try to get to the inside. And it's not going to be pretty if she makes this. It's not going to be pretty for the Laws team.
Catherine Clifford settles in here, the final of the third stones. Another bit of precision needed. Try to set this team up for the win.
Just throw the weight. On it for line. Looks like it has to curl to me.
Bringing it over at the last second. Look at this sweep from Zoe Cinnamon. Can they get close to the face? They do.
Pretty good. I think Kaitlyn thinks she's shot, but it's way too early to care. She's got to throw a guard. She doesn't have another shot other than guard.
Right.
And a guard is not fun. She calling a friend? So I don't know. What do you play here? Like, yeah, right there, Freester right there. Then they just come down, hit half of the outside red, get the yellow, and sit 2 buried, and you just threw a guard on it. So you don't love that. There are not, really high guard is probably what you have to do, right where she's got her broom there.
A really hard guard and just hope that the game doesn't end with the shot after this. So if you
a really high guard.
Yeah,
because the guard's coming in, and there's not a tremendous amount of downside of running a guard in right now.
A case of just trying to make it as difficult as you can for the other team. And certainly hoping for the best. Kaitlyn Laws, without the hammer here, needs a force or a steal to have a chance in this game or take the win, of course. Looking for that high guard, likely just over, just enough to take this away, the straight run. Force Great Withers to likely run this Yellowstone in. It's maybe running a bit deeper than they want.
Yeah, it probably needs a curl. Maybe. No, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah. Okay. I take it back.
Yeah, I know. You could double peel these out. So they're trying to decide who's. I think Kaitlyn thinks that she shot. Oh, what are you playing here? They're playing the tap on the. Playing the tap on the red. Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's better. Just get rid of the guard. I think they're just playing the straight peel.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a wow moment for me as well.
So Gray Withers, her first of two, looking to set things up here for her last.
Maybe not. Maybe running it back. No, straight peel. Yeah. Okay.
So the time up comes up simply because I think Kaitlyn Law has only had about 40 seconds left of time. They had a timeout to spend. Their usual coach, Marcel Rock, is looks like he's not in attendance this week.
Yeah, so they're throwing a guard again, right? And just this is the guard and hope. I think you want this as high as you possibly can. Like just over is great. It's coming back.
I guess your other consideration too is if you manage to over curl, you could potentially, and you're high, you could give Gray Weathers the opportunity just to sort of punch that red stone into the button.
Yeah. No, you're right. So it could be really wide though and high, and give them the thought of the intern at it through that little. I think just high because it's coming back.
The final stone here in the 8th for Kaitlyn Law is crawling their way back in after giving 3 steals in a row. She found her draw weight through the last third of this game, and she's looking to find her perfect guard weight here, nice and high, a nice little one guard. It looks like it'll sail just past where Serena Negevin had set the broom, but that will be job well done for Team Laws, and not much discussion here from Gray Withers.
Hit it on the nose and you win.
So what kind of weight here with this line? I think I could maybe she said the word tap. I couldn't quite tell. Just you really don't need to kill it, right? You just need to sort of push it in there.
With this ice though, it looks like close to a normal, and so she's gonna have to guard against like throwing this pretty hard. She's they're the only ones out there, maybe not. Like it's pretty close, right? And a bunch of people watching. So she's just got to guard against the adrenaline here and not overthrow this.
Final stone in the 8th. You make this, you get your second win here at the Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2 here in Martensville.
I think she popped it. I don't think there's a chance.
With the carve, can you get a decent piece of this yellow? Can you get it across the other way? You cannot. So if we are confirming that yellow is the closest shot stone, then Kaitlyn Laws wins. But if it's that red one, we will go to a shootout. It looks like the call for the measure is on. Just
measure
to be
all
safe.
3.
Oh sure.
Just for fun. Why not just measure for the win or the tie or the loss right here? It looks to me like red is 1 and yellow is 2, but who knows?
And maybe that's a little bit, and that's maybe, a bit into the decision making, right? Just, especially the Gray Withers, you think it, like going to the draw of the button. I don't think teams necessarily like games ending that way. Obviously, it's an exciting element, but you wouldn't want as a team to sort of have your game decide that way. But at the same time, you're in a position where you're just trying to make this, and we've got it's hard to hurt us, and put it in the right spot, and obviously we just go ahead and get the win. So yeah, the measure is on. It does look like red from this vantage point, but again, it's just so hard to tell with these lenses. Looks like it might, you might even just be ever so askew, a little bit farther north than the T line, and all of a sudden you think, I can certainly see it, but we'll see them start to slowly rule some rocks out. The red one is I think we could tell from here too. That was just a little bit farther back. So these were the two crucial stones here. If it's yellow, Laws wins. If it's red, we go to a shootout to decide the winner.
It's red.
And it looks like it's red, so we are going to the shootout. I'm not sure if this is the first in Curling Zone or Curling Stadium history. Obviously, this is new to the Slams this year. The shootout will remain for round-robin play, but starting this event, and I believe going into January as well, knockout games, your quarterfinals, semifinals, etc., tiebreakers will be decided through traditional extra end play. Matt, I know this has been a controversial topic amongst the curling community, but your thoughts on these draw to the buttons and what it really means here as for something like the Grand Slam?
I think it's great personally. I think it does just kind of change the way these last couple of ends are played. I see no problem with it. I think it's great to have a full extra end, but also if going into it at the very beginning that you draw the button for hammer and you draw the button in the extra end, then play the game to not end up having this happen. And so, yeah, I think it's great. I have no problem with it.
So Kaitlyn Laws, real story of the game, struggling with her draw weight early on, really had it dialed in that 5th, 6th, 7th. Looking to find the lid, looking to find the pin here to put the pressure on Gray Withers, as she will have to throw the last of the two.
And Kaitlyn got the choice there and chose to go first, which is what you do. Put it on the pin and put pressure on. It's got to curl. It's got to stop and curl. I don't think it's going to do either. Well, it's going to stop eventually.
A bit on the heavier side. It sits full in the 8-foot, so a decent window here for Team Gray Withers to see them keenly heading down and ready to go. Now, it does look like Gray Withers is going to be holding the broom.
Yeah.
Be interested to see which of their three players will be throwing. It looks like it will be Zoe Cinnamon, the lead.
There you go.
Really had a good game, had really good draw weight. Think about how some of those ends set up. Really her work just sort of placing those stones high and making sure they were in nice spots. So really smart choice to put someone who knows the draw weight. Also keep in mind, Serena Gray Withers didn't necessarily throw a lot of draws today. Really struggled with that as well. So good team decision here. The lead throws.
It's a long time lead. I love it.
Cinnamon smartly gives it to her sweepers there. Burgess hops on it. They know their tolerance. They know they just need to get to the 4-foot, and they win this Grand Slam of Curling Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2 game.
Looks pretty good.
Sweep is on it, and that is a lovely last shot to wrap up a really exciting game. Team Gray Withers take the win in the shootout.
And they let their lead throw it. That's amazing. I love that. I fully support that.
Hey, look, you know what? She had her draw weight down.
Yeah.
It's a great team call. It's a really good approach to the game.
What a great curling game that was. That was a lot of fun.
Any final thoughts here, Matt, before we sign off? I know there was a little bit of back and forth, lots of stolen ends, lots of excitement.
Yeah, nobody could really score with a hammer. Only 3 times people scored with a hammer. So hammer percentage went way down in this game, but entertainment went way up. So that's awesome.
We'll certainly take it. So for myself and Matt and everyone behind the scenes here at Curling Zone and Curling Stadium, thank you so much for tuning in. And the final score, Gray Withers wins over Kaitlyn Laws. The game is 5-5 after 8 ends. Be sure to tune in to other games here throughout the weekend here on Curling Zone and Curling Stadium from the Hearing Life Canadian Open Tier 2.